All right, cool. We're live on YouTube now. So yeah, what we're building. We got to this point yesterday. We got 99 of 106 tests passing. One of those failures is we're getting a 401 instead of a 404. So we want to figure that out. That's for just 2 small endpoints, I believe. Oh, interesting. So the fetching of all the accounts should actually work, but it's just missing like one value. And I thought we did an update to our ORM that would have fixed that. So that's a tricky one. Here we get another 401 instead of a 404. And then, yeah, these ones that are 500s, those will be a little different of a fix. Basically, the ones that are giving us a 500 are because we are not doing the right index for like our get all endpoint. And we'll fix those by just building out the pages for those in our dashboard. Because debugging through like running all of our API tests is a bit slow and annoying. So yeah, the 200, 500s, those are kind of expected. And yeah, that's basically it. So we have the 4 endpoints that are giving us a 500 because of how we're doing our like index stuff in Dynamo. And that needs to get fixed. But then we have 3 of these that we need to fix from like a middleware level. Or 2 of them are from the middleware level, right? The 404 should be a 401. And one of them is actually like a dependency bug. Let's do the dependency bug first. All right, so what we end up seeing is we have this data wrapper. And yeah, hold on. This is a foodie stream in disguise. Someone's talking about food. Slow cooked minted lamb. Minted lamb Henry? Like you named the lamb? That's savage. Oh, okay. Yeah, rest in peace, Henry. Jeez. Yeah, I watched that movie Local Hero the other day. My parents used to love it. It's all right. But there is a bit where like they rescue a rabbit and then they are served that rabbit without realizing it later. And they had already given it a name. Spoiler alert, the movie's from the 70s or 80s. Like, come on. But yeah, Surly, you ever seen that movie? Local Hero? Basically some like oil salesman American guy whose last name is Scottish, I believe. I believe it's Scotland. His parents just picked a name thought was American or whatever when they moved. So he's not even Scottish, but he has a Scottish last name. So they send him over to do this deal to basically buy up all the land that a town resides in, like a very small town. And it's in Scotland, and it's entertaining. It's like a very like slow burn, kind of quiet film, and I don't know, yeah, it's pretty good. It's got what is it? Peter Capaldi, the guy that was like one of the Doctor Who's, like the older looking Doctor Who. It's got him like super young in it, which is kind of cool. It's definitely like got some weird elements, but it's PG. You know, it's I think it's even a Disney film. And yeah, it's entertaining. I wouldn't say it's like if you're not willing to sit through like a somewhat quieter, slow-ish feeling film, it's probably not for you. But if you liked There Will Be Blood, right? Like movies that are about like the tone of things, it might be worth it. But it's very much like more lighthearted than There Will Be Blood, for sure. And yeah, I don't know if I've ever had lamb. I've probably had lamb. I've had like a gyro before. Those are typically lamb, right? Okay. One thing I've always wanted that I think maybe I've had once, but I don't remember it that well, is like lamb shanks. So it's like their rib meat, I guess. It'd be nice to like make my own lamb shanks at home sometime. But yeah, anyway, so the thing we're looking for. Oh, are they the upper leg? Oh, they're not ribs. Oh, okay, never mind. I did not know that. Okay. Lamb chops. Yeah, I've definitely never had a lamb chop. I do pork chops all the time, though. Delicious. I should actually, yeah. I should do some of that next time I get meat from Costco. But yeah, so the failure we're getting is it's expecting this last evaluated key. Now, we basically just started in on the code part. We did the news crawl a little earlier. And yeah, we're like just getting into the coding part of things. That is one hell of a link you got there. Okay, it is the leg. Yeah, good call. Yeah, that's a link and a half. Um, yeah, hold on. So you can't do the copy clean link from the URL here. Okay. I really like that about Brave. Brave has the ability to copy clean link, which will get rid of all that junk. Yeah. Yep, that would be the idea. So yeah, last evaluated key. So here we should be setting that. All right. So yeah, our ORM, it's not really an ORM, it's a query builder for DynamoDB basically. Something I made myself because it just didn't seem like other things did what I wanted as much. No worries, really. Yeah, just throwing it out there. All right, so the endpoint that's failing is the accounts endpoint, and we are doing a get all by ID, right? So let's go find that and double check. Accounts get all. Oh, it could be a problem with our get paginated data. It should be calling get all by ID. It should still be calling get all by ID. Oh, it isn't. That would be the issue. Okay. So that's actually not a problem. Yeah, we just need to take this logic and we should be able to get that to pass. So we should get this up to a 100 now. Just want to make sure I didn't break anything else either. So yeah, this is just taking all the stuff in my Open API spec and making requests against the API for it. So that means every error that we list as possible, such as a 404, a 401, all those need to actually return as we would expect them. So that means that we maintain this like dread hooks file. So it is quite a bit of boilerplate, right? You're not going to get out of writing integration test logic completely. And some of this stuff we could actually make a lot simpler. What you'll notice is some of these we're just modifying like the request body. So we could actually create some kind of wrapper around the hooks logic that simplifies some of this stuff, right? Like this value doesn't need to get replicated. Setting the body could just be one argument. And this like stringify logic isn't necessary. The console.log when we catch and do the finally might not be needed. So there could be some utility functions that clean up and make some of these things better, but they're not all going to be modifying the request body. Some of them we need to create something that we end up wanting to delete because we don't want to like delete something that other tests depend on. So this is where in the before hook, we would simply say, hey, we want to create this, and then we're going to take that payment ID, and that's the one that we delete. No, so done is for asynchronous requests. So honestly, for this one, not necessary. It's just part of the boilerplate. Yeah, no worries, Surly. Have a good one. We're not even making this an async function, but it's just another way of, it's not necessarily teardown, but it's a way of notifying the runner that this before hook is done. which means it can then move on to the next request, or it can make the request after that, right? When we're doing async stuff, that kind of done thing is necessary. Because you'll notice we don't do any returns, so there's no way of it knowing when stuff is like finished. So the promise would never resolve without done. My guess is they're doing a promise.resolve using this function, but it's an implementation detail that we don't have to care about. And hey, we got that test to pass. Like a glove. All right, so then these last two. We want to get a 404, not a 401. And the main reason for that is, sure, they could probably use a timing attack to detect it, right? By just measuring the time these things take to resolve, they might be able to get some of that information. But the idea being, when we look at this URL, if we try and fetch accounts for another business ID, we don't necessarily want to leak that that business ID actually exists. That's something that we should not be sharing with the world, right? In a similar way, when you go to log in on any generic website with your email, they shouldn't leak whether that email is registered or not. If you go to reset that password, they shouldn't leak whether that email is registered or not. So it will always be a 401 when you fail login, rather than spitting out a 404 because the account doesn't exist. You don't want people to be able to scrape that data. You could basically just write a script to enumerate any list of emails, and then if you know the email exists as an account, well, then you can use the have I been pwned like databases that have been leaked, on Tor and all that bullshit, right? Dark web style. And you can just start testing all the passwords that have leaked for that email. So you don't want people to be able to discover that stuff. There is less that they would glean from knowing if the business exists. But when it comes to writing a good, robust API, these are things that you should just care about. Are you giving people or an attacker more information than they need? So in this case, accessing a business that you don't have access to or a business that doesn't exist should both be a 404. A little bit. Like I'm not an expert with security. I just know that these are some of the things that are actually like easy. There's so much more that is hard about doing security properly. This is the easy stuff. If we get this right, we're at least doing our best effort. And you'd be surprised how many other APIs get this wrong. You'd be really surprised how many other APIs get this totally wrong. So here's one thing that we are doing in these hooks. Right, we're looking for this 404, and actually we should do this just to make sure that our errors are listed properly. And we should probably go through all of them to make sure that's correct. But yeah, here we're actually doing it for a business that is not found, and we're getting a 401. Hey, no worries, G-Man. Yeah. It might still be worth understanding how that was being caused. it might still be worth understanding that a bit more. If you're willing, send me like a PM of any data that I could pass on so they could try and identify maybe some telemetry that would help them debug it. And yeah, I think that's the main thing. The fact that node-git and libgit 2 are not the full-on like local git that you have. So yeah, no worries, G man. Like, dude, I just did my job on a weekend. Damn right. I need to actually pass that on to work. Hell is making that noise? Oh, I see what that. Okay. On stream today, a long time GKD user. So it was when you would do commits and like what other operations were you trying? Oh, and you'll send some more info. Yeah, that's fine. So boom, heyo. And hold on. Yeah, let me just double check. So this was on. Yeah, let me just double check what platforms this was on. All right, cool. All righty. Yeah, no, this album's fantastic. And yeah, I just had a really good idea. Like, G-Man, I think you inspired me a bit to think about this further. If we start recording, maybe even locally, like we don't necessarily need to have it globally, but if we record enough crashes within some time frame, could we prompt the user, like could we then detect if they're using the executable or not? And if not, maybe prompt them to try it. Right? So, after your like second or third crash within a day, we detect that next time you launch, hey, it looks like you've crashed a couple times lately. We'd like you to try the local get executable instead, and you can get to it here, and maybe like even a button just takes you directly to that page. Boom, right? Or maybe you could just enable it right there. Something. I think that would be really good. And we could even do like just a good short blog post about it. Yeah, like we should be able to like proactively determine it. They shouldn't have to like go out to our help or anything like that, right? We should be able to prompt them that way to help them experience things better. So yeah, I think that would be good. Oh, okay, hold on. I may have misrepresented. You were prompted to close or restart. No, 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 that's fine. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's great feedback. That just adds a lot more context. All right, so back to this thing we're doing here. This is a middleware issue. So this middleware issue we did a quick hack of like moving these things around. I thought I broke stuff. It turns out I didn't. Because I had actually just turned off some of the telemetry, or not telemetry. Sorry, some of the hooks. And hold on, Sayad, thank you for the follow. Welcome. One thing we could do is move this up a bit so that we're making sure we actually send it to the other place, right? And I'm going to move get key maps. It's just these things are in the wrong order for what I'm trying to like do and jump around with. Oh, and here's something. The is sandbox and how we're doing some of that. I'm not really sure this should be a 403, but I'm also not sure how that would fail. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, something to think about for that. But the main gist is for get business, we call these two like underlying methods. Number one, we're trying to see if we can get the user or the API key. And we were looking at these errors that would get spit out. But a lot of the stuff that these are doing, such as like returning a status code, we're not using that. We're just setting this as like context on the request object, which means that we're not able to get as fine-grained with this as we want. Or this. Yeah, like here, we basically just want to like fail out 404 if we catch, like, there's something we could do better here. So part of this is we want to try and get the user. And if we don't try and get the user, that would mean that our JWT is invalid. But we still want to make these requests, even if the user is invalid. Because there could be some way of using that timing to detect something that someone shouldn't. So yeah, this is where we left off yesterday for these two endpoints. I'm thinking the right way to do that is to actually make these return something. So then maybe I want to think about how these are doing some of this logic. So that one's actually a 401. Right, if you just don't provide an API key, well, that's definitely an error. We want to do this check. But if we just don't have an API key that we fetch here, that should be a 401. So if you give us just a bad API key value, that's a 401, right? If it doesn't match the business that we're fetching, that's a 404. No, but like, is there a specific extension you're looking at? Right? Is it like the peppers or, you know, like anything specific you're curious about? Damn, it's raining hard outside. Oh, the theme is just Monokai. Themes are so unimportant. Find one you like and just leave it. It really doesn't matter. Changing theme is the illusion of productivity. Just like fiddling with your NeoVim config, you know? Find something, make it work, and then just do it. What's up, ACM? Are you saying with Dread? Yeah, we can do that. I just don't care right now. That's not the important part. So this is where we want to do that, right? So that would be our 404 for that bit. This would be just if we don't have the API key. So that should be the 401, meaning you supplied a key that doesn't exist. I do. Earlier when you asked about, or when you mentioned the hair plugs thing, and I said it's a vanity that I don't care enough about, I am balding, but also when I wake up and I sometimes don't shower in the morning, I get these like cowlicks. So I'm just vain enough to not want to have like really crazy looking disheveled hair. So there's a bit of, yeah, I'm balding, but also I'm just really lazy. And these are not wool at all, right? This is probably some poly cotton blend or some shit. Definitely not wool. Wool would be way too warm. When it's like the right length, maybe. But when it's like just short and it's just sticking up on like one corner like a cowlick, it's just not a good look. So I'm just vain enough to worry about that. What is that, Surly? Is that even a word? Ah, okay. Yeah, because of bed hair. Yeah, exactly. You know? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's young me. Okay, so what I'm thinking then is we want all of these to succeed. What we don't want to do here, though, is maybe leak that the key exists or not due to timing. So we still want to do the fetch for it. Well, if they just don't even give us an API key, what does it matter? If we want to see young you, oh, hold on. Oh, that's really young you. There you go. Was that taken in the 1800s? Are you a vampire? Yeah, this part doesn't leak anything. This is just if you don't have the API key. And I almost think like this invalid token or API key value is also not necessary if we do the return value thing here. You are up rather late most nights. Ooh, vampire confirmed. God, and I'm still just so curious. Do you think Guillermo Rausch has ever fired someone for calling him Gizmo, like from What We Do in the Shadows? Has he ever sent someone to HR for it? If I ever meet him in person, I'm going to have to fight the urge so badly to call him Gizmo. Guillermo Rauch is the CEO of Vercel. There's a character on What We Do in the Shadows, the TV show, named Guillermo, and some of the vampires call him Gizmo. Anyone named Guillermo runs a very high probability of me calling them Gizmo at this point, just because of that show. That could work. How do you get started? You just kind of do it. It's actually a lot easier than you think. I would say number one, you need a webcam. Doesn't have to be a great webcam. You need a microphone. You need some way of capturing your dev machine, whether you're streaming from your dev machine or you're capturing that into a stream machine and publishing from there. That's up to you. Yeah, OBS Studio. And after that, honestly, like in this category, you don't have to have the highest like production value or anything. The thing I would say the most is make sure that you're actually talking, right? And yeah, make sure the audio is good. You can have a mediocre microphone, but you want to make sure your levels are good and like a bunch of that stuff. When you're first starting, you should always watch your VOD, like the video on demand, after stream. Because when you're first starting, you're going to get less people that let you know that something is off. So you have to be the person that detects that. And then once you build an audience, they can let you know if your mic is too quiet or whatever, if you accidentally muted yourself, etc. Getting started is actually really easy because in this category specifically, people are just here for the tech, right? They're here for the coding, the chatting, all that. In gaming streams, there's a lot more you kind of need to do. But here, you can just do it. But the one thing I will say that I think a lot of beginning streamers in this category make as a mistake at first is that they think they need to be like productive. You got to have a game plan. Oh man, like what's his name? Blue collar coder guy. What's his name? Shit, I'll just have to Google it. I don't know why I'm spacing on his name right now. Jack Harrington. He has tried streaming before, but he approached it with like the way he does his YouTube videos. And that's just, it's not something you can do. It's not something you can plan out. Like you can have a general goal for the day, but it's not a lesson plan. If you start doing things like a lesson plan, there's going to be people that jump in halfway through your stream as they just crawl the category, and you're going to have to rehash all that stuff anyway. So instead, treat it like far like faster and looser. Do your prototyping, just do your building. Don't treat it like you're teaching, right? Teaching, like streaming is a bad format for teaching. Unless you can like guarantee people show up right when you start. So it works for like Leon, right? From 100 Devs. It works for him because his audience knows when he's going to start. He like lets it get going, and he's going to have a lot less people jumping in halfway that aren't already part of his cohort. So he can do like a proper like lesson plan thing. I think there are very few other streams that can actually approach that while still maintaining interactivity and all that thing. You know, like the things that makes a YouTube stream better than just a YouTube video. Or not YouTube, a Twitch stream better than a YouTube video, right? The interactivity. So don't worry about absolute productivity and having a plan for every single moment. Instead, just talk out loud about what you're doing and keep a consistent schedule. Yes. Your audience is typically going to figure out when you go live, and they will look forward to your stream at specific times of the day, or days of the week, etc. If you keep that consistent, you're setting yourself up for just way better success. But yeah, just make sure, even if there's nobody in your chat, pretend there are people in your chat. Imagine or think about some of the questions they might have and just explain it as you're doing it. Narrate what you're doing as you do it, etc. And I think that makes for a better stream. Like, people do want to see you get stuff done, especially the trolls. Why hasn't he coded in the last 5 minutes? Because I'm talking here. Right? It's okay to not be productive 100% of the time. Because it's a chat, right? If you wanted full productivity, you could just do that offline. And even then, you wouldn't do it, right? You'd hop over to Reddit, hop into a video game or something. So yeah, keep it chatty, keep it fun, keep it interactive, but the production value doesn't have to be that high. And hey, 0 Day, what's up? I got one more thing I wanted to point out, but let me do the shout out real quick. And I don't follow you yet. Well, now I do. So, last stream, you were hacking Vim haters and the cult of Nano. Yeah. I don't think hating anything is worth it, but if you prefer to use Nano, then use Nano. Who cares? Whatever. One thing I wanted to showcase real quick, though, is Harris Heller webcam comparison. So he's got his list of like the best webcams of 2024, whatever. But this is the part that's interesting, right? So can you tell the difference between a $500 camera and a $7,000 camera? Probably not. Right? But then he even has another one where it's like, hold on, $160 webcam versus a $26 knockoff. He has a few of these videos. It's not the one I was looking for. He's been streaming a lot? Oh, cool. The box was themed like that. Okay. And now you have to sleep. Yeah, no worries, Ode. Like, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, he definitely has like a video where he shows like a C920 versus some other cameras. And the more important thing is not the camera, but your lighting. Even in bad lighting, a good camera will look kind of shitty. Whereas a bad camera in good lighting can look pretty good. Right, so this video is a bit older. Right, so yeah, there's some other videos about making your C920 look better, right? And it's all about just lighting and some of that stuff. So before you spend a bunch on a more expensive camera, make sure you have lighting that'll support it. And you almost want the lights brighter than you would ever expect to make them. Some people say the Elgato Facecam is nice. James, who might still be out there, recently mentioned that they got an Elgato Facecam and they like it. I saw their stream earlier today. It looked good. Here's another good point too, right? The average smartphone's camera will far exceed a C920 anyway. Grainy and off-putting is also a look, depending, sure. But yeah, you could actually probably use your smartphone as a webcam and get way higher quality than going out and buying something extra. It does mean that, well, yeah, it's your smartphone now, like in front of you as a camera, so you can't actually like use it as a phone. But if you do upgrade your phone from time to time, use your old smartphone as your webcam. But yeah, I hope that helped, and yeah, looking forward to your streams. I'm going to give you a follow right now, Dev Designer. We actually used to call those dev-ziners at the agency I used to work at. And it's specifically people who are leaning like farther towards like being good at design than they are developers, but they're still able to like, you know, build out WordPress sites and all sorts of stuff like that. Like they might not be able to build their own WordPress plugins, but they can definitely make a nice, usable, well-made like WordPress site. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we want to start honoring the return values. That is probably the right way to do this fix. So get business by user. Hmm. Let me look at this get user hook. Oh, and Zero Day, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So we at least want to return these. I don't think there's a problem in returning a 401 up there. Heck of a time making dark mode work. Are you doing it by hand, or are you using a framework like Tailwind? Because Tailwind should make it kind of easy. Another thing you're probably doing is you're maybe not using CSS variables. If you look at a lot of websites and how they do dark mode in a vanilla way, it's just a different set of CSS variables. So then in your code, you're not picking between the dark version or the light version of text. It's just the same variable that is just text color. And then the top level at the root, where you're determining, dark or not, because you're putting it on your HTML element, right? Or maybe body. Those two things would then just switch the values of the CSS variables. So I would look that pattern up. I don't know if there's a specific tutorial, but that's the way you should probably do it. So make heavy use of CSS variables. Yeah, no worries. All right, so if we are not going by API key, I almost want to move this into the get business by user. All right, so then there we return that. right? So if we don't even have that header, we can just bail out quick. We don't even need to do this fetch because, yeah, obviously that's a failure. We do the 401 with a bad token. Yep. If the business doesn't exist or the business user doesn't exist, then we want to do that. So then basically, yeah. All right. So I'm glad we thought about this a bit better. Because now we can just use the responses that we get here. This would be a 401, yes. If we don't have the API key, that would be a 401. And maybe we could turn that into a 404. Like this would be for an invalid API key. This one we might like switch to a 404. I don't think we need to decide that yet. But then for any of this, that is a 404. So if we don't have the business that is in the URL, or the business ID does not match the one that we fetched, that's actually wrong. There we go. So if those don't match, then it's a 404. Yep, that would have been a subtle bug. And then the rest is a 401. So then here, we return these two errors. We want to do a catch to make sure that it doesn't like bubble up and throw. And then at this point, we don't care about that invalid token key stuff. Right? Like, because we know either way that we fail out. So then this check here, if either of these are a 404, then we want to do the 404. So I already like that we undid the hacky version of this that we did yesterday. This is, we can just say business not found. Okay. So, the moment of truth. Yeah, this is a solid album. And yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. If you ever want to listen to this stuff when I'm not going, maybe check out my Bandcamp, right? I tend to purchase most of these albums. I don't think I bought this one yet, but I do plan on buying this one. Keep in mind that some of the stuff near the top of it is not necessarily synthwave, but the vast majority of all those albums, synthwave. Well, shit, we broke everything. Okay, so yeah, we broke something in the middleware here. Oh, hold on. Interesting that it didn't think that was potentially undefined. Now, so we still fail out a bunch of those. So something I did here is totally wrong. No. I know what it is. I know what it is. Hold on. Nope, that's totally it. Oh, we got even less that time. There we go. One little character got me. Just one character. I guess technically two, because of the bar. One operator. How about that? One operator broke everything. And now it's looking pretty good. I think we're going to get only those 4 failing tests. Oh, this song's good. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite on this album. Like a glove. And yeah, so the only failures we have now are like get all endpoints that have sorting and filtering capability, but we have the database set up wrong for how we do their like the keys that we search by for that sorting and filtering. So yeah, we did it. We did it, Reddit. What I want to do now is get status. Hold on. Before we commit all this, right? Like we modified a whole lot. And then renamed a bunch of stuff. So yeah, from usage to usages, which is fine. But I want to clean up all the log statements in dreadhooks right now. Not all of them, but yeah, the ones that matter. And we can go through and make sure that these are all up to date, right? Get account balance payment 200, correct. This one is probably then not correct because it's update. Yeah, so a bunch of these are not accurate. Which isn't the biggest deal, but, you know, if we're going to commit this stuff, we should make sure that it's correct. Yep. Yeah, stuff's good. All right, so that one's solid. That one's good. Oh, we've got that one twice. Wait, hold on. No, they were not the same thing. All right, so just going through them one more time, making sure all the console logs are firmly in a catch statement. All right, so there we go. I should probably ignore the dread output. It's fine. You can do a couple. Like, try not to make it feel too spammy. Ooh, what did I change in the Calatrava config? Eject. Oh, that one's fine. Yeah. Not important. But yeah, we'll add it. Alrighty. So the part we're moving on to next is the get all endpoints, right? Those 4 failing tests still. Do this so we can clean it up and ignore it. Okay, cool. So now we need to actually move on to fixing those aggregator endpoints, and that's going to involve some front end stuff. Because basically, I think it's worth having like a page to show these things anyway. But also, it's just a better debugging process to figure out what's going wrong with those individual keys. Yeah, it should be plenty. I am going to use the restroom and pour some more water. So give me a second before we jump way deeper into this. And I think I could have some whiskey. I don't even know if we're going to be playing games tonight with Acorn and Algo Bro. Because Robotic Head's out. And Algo has opted out the previous couple weeks, it feels like. If it is just me, Algo, and Acorn, then Pal World is a good option. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to reach out to them. In fact, let me do that right now. So yeah, we'll at least ask. But yeah, let me go use the restroom, pour some water, and dump this stale beverage. And yeah, I got pizza again, so I can make that at any time. So I got my water. Grabbed myself a little lemon pepper turkey stick thing. All right. So let's go look at the front end. I think we have it running still. We're going to have an invalid token. So we need to go log in. Ooh. And yeah, anyone in the Atlanta area, Render ATL has a discount, 20% off, if you use the Valentine's Day VDay 20 code. If you're already in the Atlanta area, you might as well. All right, so John Bon Jovi, grr.la. Where is it? Here we go. All right, so that account not found, and we're okay with that. We can go to the overview, and oh, something went terribly wrong. I already know what went terribly wrong. Right? There's even a log statement for me. Is that Surly? Thank you for the follow there, Surly. I'm not sure I understand the statement. I did go to the loo. Are you saying I shouldn't bring the beanie in there with me? Like the beanie's literally seen some shit? Not this time, but I get what you mean. There you go. Touche. I get it. I get it. I get it. All right, so yeah, we did clearing of some values there. Yep. So that overview, totally fine. We toggle off sandbox. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? All right, so we broke something. That's not good. And huh. We don't know which request is actually causing that now. We are getting a 404. We don't know where that 404 is coming from. And aha. No. So that has to do with us changing stuff, right? So let's go fix that in the dashboard. It's not an API problem. We actually just renamed some URLs and we got too many failures within X amount of seconds. So this is a front end bug because we changed some URLs, but we didn't update the services that are doing this fetching. So quotas, sure. Right, quota usages, right? We're doing just usage. That should be usages. And that should be good now. All right, so will it blend? Yeah, all right. So that was actually a pretty simple bug. We'll just commit that one real quick. All right, so that's the fix there. We'll push it up. Why not? I like that git push origin main is such second nature that I don't have to look at my hands to type it, because I do have to look at my hands to type most things. But yeah, the stuff that you end up typing out a lot of the time anyway, you end up getting really fast at doing. which is why I don't think optimizing typing speed is worth it, because you'll optimize for the things that you type the most anyway. But okay, so the next bit, what we want to do is... Oh yeah, it's a lot of noise. Let's do this one from the bottom up. Computer time. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Docker Compose Up -D, you could actually just maintain a separate tab in which you're doing that. And then you just do, like, the up key, you know? Yeah, the -M. It's just something that you automatically start doing, right? You don't even have to think about it, right? Yeah, just saying Jolly Jumper, like, you know. There are so many cases where, like, I've posted about it on Twitter, other places, like, typing speed just doesn't matter. And some of the people that have chimed in are like, well, I like my typing speed for typing out emails. Maybe, but couldn't you just dictate that and have Whisper type it for you? Well, what if it misspells something? You're going to proofread what you typed anyway, right? I hope. So yeah, you should probably proofread what Whisper gives you. Where do I host my side projects? It depends on the side project, G-Man. Githium. Githium is hosted on Netlify because that was part of the stipulations in the hackathon. Other projects, if they're just purely static, I'll use Render. If you're talking about something that I care about scalability for, that'll probably be something using Architect, which is AWS. And I should have skipped this song, but whatever. It's ending now. So yeah, I don't have a 100% I always put it somewhere like deployment strategy. I think every project deserves to evaluate that separately. If I do care about scaling, it's probably going to be architect-based. A surprise AWS bill is far easier to deal with than a surprise Vercel bill. You basically have to go viral to get Vercel to forgive you. Which makes sense because they are a middleman. They still owe AWS when your bill goes crazy. So they still got to pay the piper, whereas AWS can just write that shit off. Now, technically, Vercel should probably be able to write that stuff off too. And I would bet they have enough of a tax burden that it would still make sense. That's just a difference in leadership, in my opinion. A difference in understanding their customers. Yeah, I personally don't like the idea of a bunch of projects on a single VM. that's where I completely disagree with a lot of people's approaches. I think Coolify is fantastic, and if you really do want to do that, Coolify can help you do it. Let me just point out, I need to start wearing this beanie. Right? Andres from Coolify, the Coolify dude, gave me a free beanie. I need to wear it every once in a while. I feel like I'll do it when we decide to like try out and use Coolify. We could call it a sponsored stream, but it's just the beanie that's sponsored. But I'd happily support it. It's just not something I've needed for basically anything I'm doing yet. But I'd like to try it just to fiddle with it at some point. Yeah, I really like Andres. Like, he seems very sincere. And yes, I know I use AWS Lambda. He is fundamentally against that because of the surprise bills and all that stuff. And I understand it. Like, marketing wise for his product, that's a good stance to have. But we've been following each other on, like, social media since before Coolify was even popular. I think maybe because we've interacted with Levels.io before. I think Andres is into the whole like indie hacker like scene. So that's probably where that connection was made. But yeah, he strikes me as someone with conviction that believes in what he's making. I should try out what he's making. Azure's fine. Honestly, between AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, a lot of the things you would use to pick between them are kind of fuzzy. Technically, you can actually crunch the numbers, and each one of those platforms optimizes for a certain cost. I don't remember which is which. But as an example, and keep in mind this is not it, but it is something like this. One of them, right, maybe AWS optimizes for compute cost. And Google optimizes for bandwidth cost. And Azure optimizes for storage cost. I don't know if that's the actual thing, but they each do have a thing that they optimize for that the others don't as much, because they can make up their margin in one of the other categories they're not optimizing for. So certain things will be way cheaper depending on the platform, so you need to like evaluate if your product is going to be heavy towards the things they cost optimize for. Take it easy there, Shirley. But yeah, no, it's a nice beanie. The funny part is the way it works is when I put it on, there's like this bit at the top that ends up looking a bit like Keef, like the Get Kraken mascot, right? It looks like the top of a squid. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, in my opinion, Azure DevOps does something that is not nearly as simple and easy that the other platforms like can do, but maybe it's just not as easy, right? So with Azure DevOps, hosting your own like proxy to end up NPM, and then letting yourself like publish packages to that proxy without having to push it to NPM is really powerful. So number one, you can shield yourself from an NPM outage because Azure has their cache set up. So bam, your CI/CD pipelines are not fundamentally tied to the uptime of NPM. That's huge, especially for large organizations. It means you also get like faster pipelines because it's not going out to the internet. You're going to something internal to the network. But also publishing to that feed with private packages means you don't need to like do extra stuff to publish out to NPM, right? You don't even need an NPM account. So the whole private repository management stuff is just massively easy on Azure. And I'm sure you can do it with the others, but I don't think it's as like dead simple. So I think that is the one killer feature of Azure DevOps. Right? The way they have like an NPM proxy basically just built in. I forget what the name of it though. But yeah, it's very, very simple to set up. And yeah, it could even be a mutual agreement between them. It's possible. Secure key storage. Yeah, AWS has that. I believe they all have a lot of these things. Azure Artifacts feed. Yes, artifacts is the word. Thank you, Gallo. Yeah, good call. Yeah, the Azure Artifacts feed is just so simple, right? It's provided like out of the box, and it's something that takes way more effort to get going on other platforms. So yeah, to me, that's like the killer Azure DevOps feature, especially for large enterprise. But hold on, let me double check, make sure I'm not missing things. Hold on, G-Man said, there are downsides for sure trying to use a single VM for multiple sites. When your org switched to React and Next, Vercel tried to sell us on their platform, but we can just use AWS yourselves, which is all they're doing behind the scenes anyway. And you have a DevOps team. Yeah. So the big thing is, and this is actually really cool. Hold on. GitHub action... I'm wondering if I have this as like an archived link. Let me just look real quick. Standard schema, Onion config. Maybe it's over here. Nope. Flex search. All right. So I don't have it archived anymore. Oh, and hold on. You got auto modded? Oh, yeah. Allow. My bad. Artifacts for custom NuGet packages. Yes, that's another thing. Artifacts is not just JavaScript. It's any of those providers. So yeah, like Artifacts is the killer Azure DevOps feature, in my opinion. Yeah, sorry about that. GitHub action. Release. I feel like it's like GitHub release or something. Action GH release. Branch deploy. Ooh, this is it. Yeah, this is the one. So basically, Vercel's killer feature is having like a branch, or sorry, like a subdomain or some URL where you can evaluate a branch before it gets merged. That's a killer feature. GitHub actually ended up building out their own kind of version of that. So the basic idea is you can get that whole like independent, self-deployed subdomain or whatever per branch, right? Using issue ops and all that BS. Like really cool. When I went and gave a talk at GitHub Universe, basically the person who was like helping the person that was running the stage and all that stuff, like where I spoke, it was like not a stage, it's like the demo stage. It was small, it was whatever. They were like, hey, you mentioned, some of this like deploy stuff and maybe Vercel and blah, blah, blah. Well, I've been working on this for the past year. And, he was very proud to show this off, as he should be. It's a really cool idea. So yeah, I would definitely say check this out. I haven't tried to wire it up myself at all. But yeah, being able to deploy a branch to some subdomain would be really nice, right? So yeah, that whole like killer feature of Vercel and Netlify, you can actually get for free. It's only free if your time is worthless, right? Because it does take effort to configure, but this hopefully makes it easier, which is cool. Yeah, if anything, if you have a DevOps team, this will make their lives easier, which is the nice part. So you can get a lot of that like value without having to write like everything from scratch. So yeah, I like it. I think it's cool. Which, you know, kind of makes sense why Vercel just is nonstop pumping out new stuff, because their moat is not actually as wide or deep as a lot of people would think. But let me get another album going. All right, so TS to Zod we're good on right now. Okay, so that we're good on. Let's clean up some of these keys that we don't need, or not keys, tabs that we don't need. Oh, oh man, this was nice. Right? Being able to turn this entire like Zod output into just a really nice like string, that's huge. I know for a fact I've written like a function to do this before. This is so much nicer than that function I wrote. Okay, so which endpoint? Hold on, I'm gonna have to sneeze. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, and yeah, Krasner, hold on. I feel like you said something and I spaced responding to it. But how you been, man? Oh, and you actually got a proper profile image now. Cool, man. Oh, you just said howdy. All right, just double checking. All right, so the endpoint that is failing is, let's start with this one. So it's going to be for, if we have 4 of these, I can already guess at what they are. It's going to be for these nested like aggregator pages. Oh, and these are account specific. Right, like we've got to get all for like quotas, and I think the usages for them. But we don't have like the account specific quotas. So really, the page that we would want that on is if we went to accounts here and we just looked at, oh, and we can see some of the stuff from our dread testing. That's fun. We could actually clean those up too. I don't know if it matters, right? We could always use like the after hook to clean that stuff up. But here we see this user has 2 quotas and 1 balance. And what we probably want to do is allow these to be clickable so you can get in and see their like usage over time or balance data over time. So then, yeah, we'd click one of these, maybe just the title. It would take us to a separate page that ends up looking somewhat like this page, but it's just for those individual like usages. Right? The fake users definitely don't have any history, which is fine. The problem is if we click into runtime here, that is a quota. Hold on. Are we looking at quota right now? Yeah, quotas. So really, we'd be getting an account quota when we click this. But quotas have 2 things that are associated with them: usage and adjustments. If we really think about it, adjustments are going to be exceedingly rare. An adjustment might be the user subscribed to a higher tier and you wanted to adjust. Actually, no. We got to think about this at like the ledger level. Like, how do we want to like visualize these 2 things? And I still think an adjustment is going to be rare, but it's not that they increased their maximum. That maximum is actually a separate thing on the account quota itself. Yeah, or maybe, not even like pissed. That's very similar, right? Like an adjustment is like if we consider runtime or data transfer, like the client made a mistake, they reach out to us, and we think, well, you know what? Yeah, maybe we misreported, or maybe you just had a bug. We can forgive that for you, right? In some way, or we can like credit their account in some way. This is maybe where adjustments don't actually make that much sense. Like an adjustment should always have like a reason attached to it. A usage needs less of a reason, but probably still has like a note field. I forget what we have actually in the database. Okay, now this album has too much like singing junk on it. Yeah, let's do this one. The main gist is just simply like how we want to visualize this, but also it's making me rethink the data model a bit. For balances, it's a lot easier, but let's maybe think about balances too then. With balances, there's the idea of a transaction and a payment. Transactions will pretty much always be a deduction. Whereas a payment will pretty much always add to the balance, right? So typical like ledger management stuff. Transactions will be more common than payments. So what would that UI look like? All right, so this is the UI. Let's start drawing some more boxes, right? We got the one up top for the URL or the header or nav bar. We've got the sidebar. And we've got like the content page. Let's just call it that for now. We've got the title, or technically the ID, when it was created, the title. This is peak UI design. Absolutely. Damn right. And I think we do even something over there. So yeah, right? Okay, so this one's just like the label. Oh. We'll just delete it. All right, call that good. So then from here, oh, and you know what? No. So it's not going to look like that because we're not modeling this page. We're modeling the page that'll be there. So yeah, let me move this over. We'll just pretend that's what it looks like. I feel like there's like a Figma D's nuts joke in there somewhere. But yeah, we'll have this page. It will have. It's all a Figma of our imagination. Ooh, there you go. So yeah, it's maybe like the account name, the quota name, etc. A larger version of that graph that we just saw. And then what if it ended up being like that? So this is like the transactions. This would be payments. I don't think an account quota page or an account balance page actually makes sense. So instead, yeah, let me do this differently. All right, we still go back to header bar, sidebar. We got the section in the page. I'm thinking we still want like a name. Yeah, so it's maybe the balance or quota name, the user, and maybe it's more like, you know, we got some like labels up here. Right? So balance name, username. And then it's just the full like list, which is like the column BS, right? I don't even know if we'll have that many columns. But so then on this page, I almost want to get like a little like dot 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 button here so that you can have like a list of like view transactions, view, or for quotas it would be view usage, view adjustments. So there'd be a little like dot 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 button next to both of these. Or they could just be links below it. For currency, we'd want to do maybe the same thing. I'm thinking the ... menu button option makes sense. So we don't need like a whole page for this. We just want like the list that aggregates it. So anyone out there that does software as a service, kind of like startup-y stuff, Krasner, I'm talking about you. How would you want to go look at transactions, etc.? Like what makes sense UI-wise to you? Would you like, usage as a link and then adjustments as a link? Or would a ... next to the name make sense? And then you click it and it's a little drop down that has like usage and adjustments. Maybe with an icon showing like a table layout kind of thing. And anyone else chime in. I don't mean just Krasner. Like, yeah, this is the collaborative part. Like, we can always change it later. I feel like we need to think about it a little bit first. And it's a nice chill Saturday, so why not? A right chevron and the whole label clickable. But remember, we're not going to have one single page for both things. Right? We're going to have two separate pages. So we're not going to have adjustments and payments, usage and adjustments on the same page. So they need to be like separately linkable. So maybe I get what you're saying, like this whole title would activate the submenu or whatever. I still think a ... is closer to what people would expect for a submenu. But I like your idea of making like the whole thing the trigger. That's not a bad idea. We'll have to maybe fiddle with that. But yeah, the whole label clickable to open a menu might work, it might not. That would be the trickier bit. We could also wire some stuff up, but then we run into, is it accessible that way? And I don't think it would be accessible that way. So yeah, chevron versus ... That's something we can like swap out really easy. Just trying to think about like the right approach. Yeah, even for game currency, I think we'd do the same pattern, right? A ... next to it. And then we basically link to a page that looks like this. I think that's good for MVP. I think we just need to build it so y'all can see it, and then we can critique it. I think the biggest decision we're making is whether we do a separate page for this list of things, or whether we try and jam the two things that relate to a quota for a user next to each other. And I think the next to each other would be a bad experience because one is going to be way longer than the other. Even stacking them would be weird. So I think, yeah, separate pages for it. Yeah, I like that. Okay. What that means is we need to create some new routes. We need to scaffold out the boilerplate of those routes and then start trying to fetch that data. And then if fetching that data fails, which it will, then we go and look at how to make those endpoints work. But then we can do it on like an individual endpoint level. Part of the problem is that we're going to have to like rescaffold the entire database to set up the queues. Or not even the queues, sorry, the indexes. That is a bit of a flaw with Architect, but I'm okay with it. It's not that big of a deal. All right, yeah, decision made. That's what we'll do. Let me take a vitamin D. I haven't done one of these today. And I live in Washington State, and I barely leave the house, so I definitely need to supplement vitamin D. Let me do this real quick. We'll do a PNPM dread open just to have like that thing to like look at. But our front end, that's where we can start doing some work. And we should probably clear out tabs in VS Code that we're not using. Let's look at our notes real quick, double check some of this. We need to go through all endpoints. We've done that. We've done that. We have not done that part. Write dread hooks. I'd say that's done too. Yeah, let's just start deleting some of this. Yes, this is the part we're working on right now. Yeah, this middleware, that will be necessary. So yeah, basically, right, just to like... just to make sure I don't forget about it. This is so that, like, for our API, we have endpoints that are public and private. right? Things that we can modify in our dashboard and things that a user can modify with an API key. However, we have endpoints that are dashboard only, and we want to make sure that people are not using an API key to perform things that should be tied to a user and their access token. So we need some middleware to 403 reject for endpoints that should not be done with an API key. And I think a 403 is the right move. Is there a different error? Hold on, let's look at HTTP cat just to be sure. It is definitely a 400 level error. For people that are unaware, 400 means something that the user did that is wrong, right? The consumer of the API. And 500 is the API messing up. So internal server error is the generic, not implemented, gateway timeout, blah, blah, blah. These are all back-end things that the back-end controls. The 400 is stuff that the user did that they shouldn't be doing or that didn't work for some reason. I think a 403 forbidden makes the most sense. Some of these might seem like they make sense, but they don't because of the specifics of what it all says, right? Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, we haven't seen Tookus in here in a long time. So yeah, not acceptable actually has to do with the accept header. So if you try and use like the wrong type of encoding or format, right? Like XML when we only accept JSON. So yeah, not acceptable is no good. Not conflict. Expectation is also related to the expects header, right? Yeah, so that one, no good either. We could just do 420 for everything. Enhance your calm, John Spartan. Mellow greetings. Yeah, no, I think 403 is the right thing. Yeah. I just wanted to verify that before we moved on to this other bit. So let's create the endpoint we care about. $412. Precondition failed? I think precondition failed is also a specific thing. Yeah, see, so it's methods other than get head, when we would definitely want to respond with this for get requests that they can't do either. So I don't think 412 actually fits. And I really like how they updated HTTP cats. They didn't always give us like the definition here and we had to go elsewhere for it. So whoever took this over, nailing it. Just nailing it. Right? If unmodified since, if none match is not filled. Right? So this is very much like a specific precondition. It's not just a generic precondition. So yeah, usually an upload or a modification. Yeah, some of this will be GET requests that they're just not allowed to do with an API key. So yeah, I just think it's 403 forbidden, but we need to modify the message so it's easy to understand, I guess, right? This one's funny. That's some solid Photoshop work. I believe he's eating corn on the cob in that photo, like originally. I think 401 unauthorized is outside of scope. Like, we want this only if the token fails or the API key fails, etc. Yeah, there's a Keanu one as well. Yeah, someone shared that HTTP Keanu. Oh, this is one of them. I think, is this the one? I thought there was another maybe too. No, Keanu.codes. Oh, so it's the same thing, but they have a proper domain now. Early hints. Yeah. Now, this is awesome. I like it. Here's the fun part. Let's name the movies for all these. We were just at http.cat. Like, that's literally where we were. We were literally at http.cat. But hold on, let's do this. Let's try and name all the movies. So this one, John Wick, Bill and Ted, John Wick. This is Point Break, right? This one's not from a film. That's just some Photoshop work. This one, it's not a Walk in the Clouds. Is that the one where he coaches the baseball team? Hardball? This is John Wick. That's The Matrix. The Matrix. Splitting hairs between which Matrix film doesn't matter. I guess he was just randomly on the news. Matrix. Was Sandra Bullock in Hardball? Oh, the time traveling letters one? I don't know that one. Yeah. I don't remember the name of that movie. It could definitely be that. I didn't realize Sandra Bullock was in that. It's not a film I'd watch. Right? John Wick, Bill and Ted. This Devil's Advocate? Yeah, this one could definitely be Lake House. Like, the scenery makes a lot of sense, actually. Like, this looks like some lake house out in the boonies. But yeah, this is Devil's Advocate for sure. John Wick, Constantine, Speed, John Wick, Johnny Mnemonic, John Wick. I almost wanted to say this is the vampire one, but I don't... Like, that's Glenn Close in the background, right? So no, this is some other period piece he did. This is not the Dracula one. No, not Interview with a Vampire. He's not even in Interview with a Vampire. Shit. Bram Stoker's Dracula. And I'm sorry, we're not gonna allow that word here. I know, I get it. I don't like how the right wing's trying to bring that word back. I'm not a fan. No, I get it, and I appreciate you. There's other words you could use. Was he in Dangerous Liaisons? No, he wasn't. No way. He was not in Dangerous Liaisons. Was he? It did have Glenn Close. Oh shit. Was he in Dangerous Liaisons? Peter Capaldi was in that. I didn't realize that. Keanu was in that. It was Dangerous Liaisons. Yeah, Pam C. That was it. Like, I knew that was Glenn Close in the background, and I don't remember her in Dracula. So good call. Good call. Look at the big brain on Pam C. Hell yeah, that's Dangerous Liaisons. Which, hold on. Some of you may know by a better name and a better film called Cruel Intentions. Cruel Intentions is actually one of those like modern reimaginings of an older film like that, like a period piece. Cruel Intentions is the better film. I am remembering the name of that, right? Yeah. Cruel Intentions is Dangerous Liaisons. 404, that is definitely The Matrix. This is John Wick. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Constantine. Their latest, Bill and Ted. John Wick. Probably John Wick. I don't know that one. Length Required's a fun one. That's just him not in a film. John Wick. Obviously, Point Break. That one. Oh, that one's a deep cut. That one's a deep cut. I don't know that one. Shit. Yeah. No, I'm at a loss for 414. I think it's one of his earliest roles, actually. But I don't know it. Yeah. Scanner Darkly, John Wick, some TV commercial. That's got to be John Wick. Or just Keanu hanging out. That's probably John Wick. That's The Matrix. John Wick, Scanner Darkly, Matrix, Johnny Mnemonic. That's John Wick, right? Some TV show or late night show. Some BS. Dude. Unavailable for legal reasons. It's not from a movie, but that's a good one. Right, Matrix, John Wick, not a film. Bill and Ted, Johnny Mnemonic. John Wick, but outside of scenes. Constantine, John Wick. He has so many more movies. They could have done more, right? This is almost lazy. Not extended. All right. And then that's got to be some John Wick as well. It's probably like the second or third. I've only ever seen the first one. So, all right, cool. Nailed it. We got most of them besides this one. All right, this is important. We got to figure that one out. Let me get more music going now. I don't think it was Youngblood. Youngblood's the hockey film? Yeah. He was in Youngblood? I didn't know that. River's Edge? No, he had like, yeah, no, not River's Edge. Probably not Letting Go. Oh, damn, Dangerous Liaisons was actually really early in his career. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it has. Oh, hold on. My Own Private Idaho? No. Yeah, it's got to be something in here. Oh, Prince of Pennsylvania. That was it. Prince of Pennsylvania. Like, you can even see the haircut. Yeah. All right, so that was the one. And I've never seen this one, so makes sense. All right, we got all of them, though. Good work, team. All right, so back to scaffolding this stuff out. What we need to do is we need to create a page. And yeah, we might want to like start nesting some of these pages at some point. But this one will be... I guess it doesn't really matter which one we do first. Account quota usages. Oh. Account quota adjustments. Account balance transactions. And account balance payments. What are we building? We're building out some pages that will look a bit like this, but for all those things that I just mentioned. So yeah, basically like a table layout that can be sorted and filtered for each of those like individual things related to a specific user's balance or quota for like the balance or quota we're looking for. So we can grab all of this and all right, so that URL name is no good. So this is account balance payments. The business and sandbox we need to listen for still. Balance accounts. Yeah, this is actually not balance accounts. Like, not even close. All right, so balance payments. Oh wow, like dude, yeah, the accounts page is totally broken, dude. Total usages? That isn't even a thing. Yeah, so total accounts. This right here is just accounts. All right, so then back to this page. Balance payments. Yeah, so that looks right to me, but we get a bunch of failures because, yeah. All right, we want to do the same thing here for. All right, so if business.business ID is no good, we also want to do the same for. Actually, account ID comes from the URL, so that's not going to be a problem. Okay, and then, yeah, the thing that we end up doing this list for, that's going to be a problem. All right, so account service. Do we think, yeah, where do we want to put that data fetching? Do we think it's a method on the account service? We do have get account quota. Yeah, hold on. Let's move the delete up. Yeah, so Super Maven nailed it with those auto completions right there. You're home from work? Nice. And yeah, what kind of work do you do? If you don't mind saying. Sorry. No need to dox yourself. Like you're working on a Saturday. At a hospital transporting patients. Oh, crazy. Okay. And are you trying to get into tech? Or do you just like lurking here just to hang out? You dabble in programming and you like learning things. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Like, here's a thought. Like, are there any things that you've noticed that would be really nice to have some kind of automation for? Or like some software as a service or whatever? Like, is there anything people are tracking in a spreadsheet that could be tracked better? Right? Less error prone, etc. And yeah, so Algo Bro is also out tonight, and Acorn historically would rather do other stuff if it's just us two, which I totally understand. So, looks like no gaming crew tonight, which means I can stream as late as I want, which means I should go get the oven heating up, and we'll eat some pizza as we keep hacking this stuff out. I do also have to use the restroom, so give me a second and I'll be right back. They use Chronos sometimes and sometimes not. Oof. Yikes. All right, oven is heating up. We're going to have some more pizza tonight because I got 4 slices left. Yeah. Ooh, and hold on. Sorry, I just saw a thing. Yeah, I know, fucking Twitter. But someone replied to a thing. Ooh, Rox is already asking for investment for their next round before they're even live. That's not good. Hold on. No. Hold on. THXDR? THDXR? There we go. That's it. Those are not the right atoms. Dot. There we go. Yeah. I like Rox. He's a good, genuine person. I like to help him when I can. I barely helped him, but honestly, I know that Syntax has been looking at other things, and, you know, could be worth it. But anyway, what I was actually trying to do real quick before I got sidetracked is this. I wanted to reply to this person with a link to... Dude, I'm really bad with names today. Rich Harris. Rich Harris. YouTube. Anyone have a link? Oh, rethinking reactivity. Hold on. Is this it? Yes, this is it. So yeah, basically I made my joke tweet earlier. Excel is not merely Turing complete, blah, 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 you know, quoting someone. But also, Richard here did not know Excel as well as they thought. They might enjoy a little bit of like the bit of history that Rich Harris talks about and some of his inspiration for Svelte. And yeah, just in case, here is that talk for y'all. That talk is fantastic. It's super good. Like, really well done. And yeah, Hedlow, how you doing? We're just sitting here enjoying a Saturday night. I got the oven heating up. I'm going to be eating more pizza. And we don't have the Saturday night crew going. 2 people are automatically out, which by proxy means the third person's out too. So yeah, when I finally decide that it's time to hop into gaming, it'll be me playing something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You know, it's been at least a week since I played some League of Legends. I could play some more League of Legends. We could put some more work into Kingdom Come Deliverance. I got so much DLC and side quest stuff to do. which is a good thing. It's a nice problem to have. I am probably at least a week away from finishing Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one, and then I got to make the tough decision of what I play after that. Is it Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or is it Avowed? Yeah, it's going to be a nice chill night. I think the big thing is I need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and see if the game just ends or if you're given the ability to like roam around and do DLC. If that's the case, we could do Kingdom Come 2 and then just like play the DLC as it comes out. Like, what do we think Avowed is going to do DLC wise? That's the important bit. And wait, when is National Margarita Day? I thought that was Cinco de Mayo. February 23rd is National Margarita Day? Wait, really? Huh. So wait, people are celebrating it early. It's not the 23rd yet. Hold on, I need confirmation. Oh, it was today. Shit, so I missed it. Dude, and that's how bad Grok is. Fucking Grok. Grok says it's the 23rd. So Grok has time zone problems. Funny that Grok is using UTC when Musk is so fucking nationalist. You'd think he'd like treat US time zones as like the canonical time. Interesting. I think it's better that he doesn't, but yeah, strange. But okay, so today was National Margarita Day. I missed it. Ugh. Whiskey and water. I know. What a fucking asshole. But hold on. My oven just beeped. I'm going to go throw some pizza slices in. Oh, no. Yeah, no. The dude sucks. We can just leave it at that. But yeah, the dude sucks. All right, so we're back. Ooh, yeah, hold on. Do the margarita mode again. That one's solid. Let's get another album going. And yeah, so my pizza's in the oven. It'll take 5 to 10 minutes. And yeah, we're going to keep hacking out some of this code. This part's no good. And yeah, this fetch is no longer get accounts. It's get account balance payments. And we don't have options for that yet. Yeah, the margarita emote. That one's solid. Yeah, look on my face. I like that one. All right, so account ID and balance ID, those things come from the URL. No, that was actually a margarita. Yeah, for sure. That was from one of the Cinco de Mayos. Probably like the 2020, 2021 Cinco de Mayo. One of those. I do margaritas on Cinco de Mayo. Hold on. We're not doing that. Nope, that was wrong. So this is going to be that. Ooh, it's even better there. True Miller. It's Drama Sans. Sans the drama, right? Do we got an arrow function here for you? Yeah, look at how smooth that thick arrow is, right? Not a single edge in sight. Smooth sailing, easy living. Yeah, margaritas are tough because they're very sugar heavy. You need to actually be drinking a lot of water along with the margaritas. Yeah, the sugar gets you. No, you don't need mono in your text editor. If we were doing it over here in our CLI, well then yes, mono spacing is important. But in your text editor, the spaces are the same size. That's all that matters. You don't need mono spacing for your code font. You really don't. You really, really, really don't. All right, so account ID, business is selected. And then the balance that we're on is in the URL as well. Yeah. So those values make it into there. Account ID. They are string or undefined. Yeah, so I love making this joke. Give me a second. Right? There are a couple cases where spacing can matter, such as bar, baz, right? And then you do something like longer, ugh, right? Well, then maybe you might want to like space these out, or technically, hold on. What's like the go way, right? Yeah, the go way is to do something like this. So you line up, try and line up your colons. I just want to point out, that lining up colons is not something an average person should care about. Leave that to the doctor from the Human Centipede, right? The crazy scientist. Nobody should be trying to line up colons unless you're the mad scientist from the Human Centipede. Boom! Setting up that joke. Totally worth it. Leave lining up colons to the professionals. I mean, you coward, use impact. Go for the gold, man. Why not wingdings? Come on, just use wingdings. What are you waiting for? All right, BRB, let me go grab this pizza. It should be ready. All right, some people might remember me saying I had 4 slices. I actually only had 3 slices because they're this damn big. So we're going to eat these 2, and then we got one more that we can throw in a minute. It is a little funny. Yeah, like the superficial things that don't matter. As long as it's legible, as long as you can read it, use whatever you want. But yeah, people like treat it like it's actually important. Fonts, themes, text editors, like who gives a shit? If that's all your opinions amount to, I don't know, man. Kind of boring. All right, we got to let it cool off just a little bit. God, this pizza's staring me in my face. Yeah, dude, I love that about, like, you know, I don't necessarily love his stream, but GeoHot, right? George Holtz has a ask about my keyboard, get timed out right there in his description. It's very simple, not a big deal. Ask about his keyboard, get timed out. I feel like that actually carries over to asking about his theme, asking about his font, etc. Because it doesn't fucking matter. And that's a direct quote. That is a direct GeoHot quote. I may not agree with him about everything, but I fundamentally agree with him about that. Yep. Exactly, Hadlow. Yeah. Yeah, he's in sub-only mode and he still gets trolls. Like, honestly, that is genius. That is genius. If I was a celebrity like GeoHot, I might do the same thing. But I'm not. Hmm. No. No small streamer should ever do that. Because following is super easy, even for a shitty troll account. It's just a button click. It doesn't prevent trolls. And followers is a meaningless metric. Like, totally meaningless metric. I think it's hilarious that there are people that, like, spam channels like, you want to get more followers? Just pay our totally scammy platform to do so for you. When, like, dude, your follower count does not fucking matter at all. Like, dude. People that think follower count matters here on Twitch completely misunderstand the platform. Like, especially if they possibly think that some bot to give you follows is worth it. Hitting some follow, like, metric does not fucking matter. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, legitimate follows do matter. But the number, right? Like, I know I'm over 50K. I'm about to hit 51K. But, dude, we've been hit by the fucking spam bots before. So, like, yeah, that number's meaningless. Totally meaningless. It's 50,955 right now. $45 more and we're like properly at 51K. How's the pizza? Pizzaing as much as a pizza could. Nah, like the 51K really just doesn't matter. It just doesn't. I appreciate every single like real follower, but dude, we've been hit by the spam bots way too much. It does not matter. Because those spam bots have to spam random channels. Otherwise, it would be really easy to detect the person that bought the actual like followers. So they have to spam someone. Right? So for every one person that pays for followers, another 3, 4, maybe even 5 accounts get spammed as well, so that you can't tell who actually paid for it. That's my guess. This is just the way I would think about it as a scammer myself. Like, if I were to put myself in the shoes of a scammer, empathetically, that's how I'd do it to make sure that my customers aren't easily identified. That's my only guess so far, but I believe that's how that works. So, I don't think account ID and balance ID could ever be the problem. Yeah, no worries, Adlo. I'll be on gaming later. I got no deadline at this point. So yeah, I don't know. I at least want to get this endpoint going enough that we can start like trying to debug the real issue. And the real issue is not anything here on the front end. The real issue is how we do the data fetching and how we index the database. We're just getting to a point where we can test that endpoint visually because it's a better debugging process than using like the dread testing. And also, I think there's a lot of value to being able to see some of this stuff. I may have at one point considered it like a post MVP problem, but the fact that our public API documentation fails because of that, well, that's actually a problem. We'll just say, I love a good New York or Jersey style slice of pizza. If COVID-25 is going to become a thing, this pizza will be something I won't actually be able to get for a while. So might as well enjoy it, you know? So account ID doesn't matter here. All right, so the columns is actually what matters there. We've got account ID. I don't think account ID matters. Account name doesn't matter. Yeah, so just amount and created at. I don't know what would actually go in this menu. Okay, so let me go throw my last slice of pizza in, BRB. And we've got this page set up. We don't actually have it routed yet. Some of these pages are empty. We should at least like scaffold the empty pages better. We'll add the ... next to these like titles. And it'll have the links. Only one of those links would actually work. And we'll at least get to the point where we are reproducing the failure of that endpoint here in the dashboard. Yeah, that's a good plan of action. So, BRB. I just funny boned myself on the door there. Ugh. All right. So, next steps. And, ooh, this last song on the album, we should get something else going now. All right. So, here's what we'll do first, right? Export function. Sure. Yeah, good job, Super Maven. Nailed it. All right, so now we want to set up the routes for those things. That is over in main. Yes. All right, so account balance payments, account balance transactions, quotas, quota adjustments, quota usages. We create these blocks and they should load in just fine. All right, so we have those routes created. On account details, that is this page right here. All right, so then here for quota name. Oh, dots duotone is actually it. Nope, nailed it. Okay. Label is not settings. Label is more? More details. Something like that. Dots duotone. Nope. All right, instead of view details, this is going to be payments. Ooh. Super Maven nailed it on that one. So then for balances, we want to do basically the same thing. Damn, Super Maven nailed it on that one too? Okay. right? Adjustments, usages. Okay. It might be a bit big. So we tried to navigate to that page. It did not work. Yeah, let me go grab this last slice of pizza. We're probably good. I think these menus we can work on. Yeah, syntax. So I'm not doing a ternary right here, right? This is actually like combination stuff. So I could maybe have done this as like a format string, but I can have my boilerplate. I can have this other stuff I want to add, and then I can even do some object that does like, some ternary stuff. The ability to combine all of these different like things together without having to worry about formatting, that's the win. So CLSX saves us from the bullshit. Right? If you want to do that with a ternary, have at it. No thank you. Hell no. No way in hell do I want to manage that bullshit. But instead, like, it's a way of just combining a bunch of different strings together without having to worry about, oh, did I forget to add a space or some bullshit? No, it'll do that for us. And it's so tiny that it shouldn't matter. Like, our developer experience and the readability of this is far more important. I do think it was a good question, though. But yes, I would much rather do CLSX over a ternary pretty much any day of the week, because I find ternaries introduce readability problems, especially when nested into really big strings that you will end up eventually having with Tailwind. If you disagree, that's fine. Do the ternaries, but I just refuse to do so on my stuff. What is it, like 1.5K after gzip? Dude. You can sneeze 1.5K with a bad image, right? Achoo! Bam, there's 700K because someone just shipped a bad image to your website from some CMS, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, why are your storage fees through the roof? Like, oh my God, CloudFront. My bill is way too big for CloudFront. Do you think CLSX is the reason for that? No, pretty much never. Not gonna happen. And in my opinion, it actually creates like a clear distinction, right? You have the thing that will always be there, and then you have this like object that you're going to evaluate using Boolean values to add those things. At that point, yeah, like that clear separation of those things becomes really valuable to me. Like, I think it's actually awesome. And yeah, no worries, Ash. Yeah, we're chilling. Sorry, Zeljku. There is no like magic secret sauce. Doesn't exist. There are no shortcuts. You just got to put in the work. Because anytime a shortcut is discovered, it just becomes the way. Right? This is one version of that image. There's a better one. Doesn't matter. Right? When it comes to shortcuts, yeah, you might save a meaningless amount of time, but sometimes that time's worthless. But the bigger thing is this entire corner should just get rounded. And then you're fine. Then you're done. So this is actually just bad design. This misunderstands how people are going to use the thing. As far as learning goes, this path actually just becomes the path. It's not a shortcut anymore because that's how everyone recommends to do it. So putting in the effort is the only way. Because any shortcut becomes the way as well. But yeah, there used to be a better meme for that. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there used to be a much better image, but maybe I forgot the keywords for it. You hate your 9 to 5. It makes no sense. You want to leave something behind you after you're gone, not just go to work and be a robot. I mean, most software is ephemeral. If you want to have software that'll live forever, you should be writing COBOL. Hating your 9 to 5, though, like, I can relate. I get it. Before I got into tech, my entire 20s, I was a snowboard bum. So I would snowboard around 150 days a year. On average, I think it actually, like, there were some years I got 200 plus. The jobs I had to work for that, yeah, I was a janitor. I was a dishwasher. I did all sorts of shit. And then I got into tech. So, yeah, I get it. Wanting to have a job that you actually enjoy versus just having a job that allows you to enjoy the things you want to enjoy. There's a big difference. All right, so that payments page, that seems broken. I'm not sure how yet, though. Hmm. Accounts, balances, payments. What did I mess up in main for that URL? Accounts, account ID, balances, balance ID, payments. You're making chicken parm? I've never actually had chicken parm. Yeah, something is up with this. Open up shop and get me some. Top tier comfort food. Yeah, I don't know. I like a good carbonara. With the price of eggs these days, that's a luxury meal. I do have an entire Costco-sized tray of eggs right now. I should probably be using them so they don't go bad. Could you imagine wasting eggs in this day and age? Oh my god. King of the castle. I have a chair. Hold on. No, eggs are good. I'm just making jokes. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1? Yes, absolutely. Uh like I'm at the point where I'm like OP. I've got close to the best armor and sword that you can get in the game. Like really close. Most of my skills are leveled to a point where there's no like perks that I'm waiting on. There's maybe one or two. I don't know how close to finishing the game I'm at. There's that town that starts with a V that you need to like infiltrate. I don't want to dox too much. The game came out in 2018, so come on. But I had started walking into that and they were like, hey, this might cancel out some of the missions you have. I was like, oh, so I should do every side mission before I do this. So every side mission I have, I'm going to do, even the DLC. I probably don't need to do the DLC. That stuff probably doesn't get canceled. But I don't know. I really like doing side missions. Doesn't mean I'm going to do like a 100% run. But the missions I do have, I kind of want to beat just to make sure like I don't miss out. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. No, I mean, I know not for you, but other people might want to play it. Like there are other people here. But yeah, basically, I want to get a bunch of the side missions that I have already before I go into that one area. I do feel a bit like a hack because when it comes to combat, I pretty much only like lunge. I don't do any of the other strikes. I just do like the master strike where like you parry and like get them a little bit and then I just stab, stab, stab. I don't do any combos. I don't do any like big swinging things. I just stab. Yeah, longsword stab. Like optimizing for the sword that has the best stab characteristic, right? I think right now it's Longinus's sword, but I think there's one beyond that that's good too. I'm tempted to do the Sword of Sheba, but something makes me think that it's not even that good of a sword. Something makes me think it's going to be like Vitus's armor. We're sure I got it from that thing over in that other town, Sasau. Axes and maces? Yeah, I get that. It's just so much more work to make the axes and maces do their thing. When you can trigger like the headshot mechanic with any weapon, honestly. I end up triggering like the headshot mechanic with like, you know, the perk you can get. I end up triggering that with like the Master Strike on a fairly regular basis. But yeah, mace is good. Mace is fun. I've got a nice mace. But yeah, I just stab. I find it's a faster attack, so you can always like squeeze it in before someone does like a big long like arcing swoop. Part of the problem might be that I play with a controller. But I think that was one of the big problems with KCD1, right? Like the combat's just a bit clunky. I hope KCD2 makes like multi-combat better. I started it, but you know, I want to finish the first one first before I get any deeper. Like I did like the intro for KCD2. That's about it though. I do have one of the nicest maces, one of the nicest axes though. So yeah, like we'll see. We'll see. I'm a little curious why that page does not actually work. And it's got to have something to do with our routing. Oh, no, I know. Yep, no, I see it already. Nope, I get it. So yeah, we can't do element here. We need to just do index. Aha! And that's the 500 sad panda that we're actually expecting. Yep. All right. I play on PC, but to me, Kingdom Come Deliverance is one of those games that is actually better with a controller. Like the WASD thing, it's just, it doesn't feel as fluid as like a, like the joystick or whatever, right? Or the thumbstick. Like movement. In first person shooters, I actually often prefer the thumbstick. The movement feels more fluid, feels more real. Like in first person games in general, I tend to prefer a controller. And that even means shooters. Dude, I used to fucking kill it on Xbox for Call of Duty. Right? I know the mouse is better for like the aiming reticle, but the actual like running part of things, no, I'm sorry. The joystick's better. Or not the joystick, the thumbstick. Right? Like the gradual nature of it versus just like 0 or 100 just from the key being pressed. If there were like a good what is it? Like a planar magnetic or no, it's not planar magnetic. Hall effect keyboard that allowed you to get like gradual values for left and right from the keyboard, that would be the win. That would be the move. So yeah, if games start supporting Hall effect keyboards and values between 0 and 100 for like left, right, forward, back, so you could like slowly like, just barely depress the key and get a little bit of movement, that would be the win, but games just don't do that. All right, so boom, we have reproduced the exact error that we wanted. And it is business payment account ID is not a good specified index. All right, so we got to the point we cared about. Right, we're getting to this endpoint, or sorry, that URL and page component, and yeah, like the specified index bug is really the next thing we need to resolve. But I kind of want to go play some video games. Whether it's Kingdom Come Deliverance tonight or whether it's just some like League of Legends or some other game, that remains to be seen. But I do think, yeah, evaluating these like specified index bugs, that's something I want to come back to with a fresh mind and a fresh perspective on Monday. We can at least look at it. It's going to come down to how we're doing our indexes. So balance payments, this is for all payments to a balance, which we don't want to fiddle with whatsoever. So instead, there may be a separate set of indexes we create that are like account balance payments. Which means like the key that we're doing this by would change. And yeah, so I think there's some stuff to deal with here. That is just a little too deep for today. So yeah, we'll be over on gaming. Tomorrow I will not be on this stream. I will be on the gaming stream just a little bit. There's like a thing in Seattle I'll go do with a couple really cool people from Seattle. New Duck, one of our longtime viewers here in chat, is in town in Seattle for TC39. So yeah, I'm like getting a couple people together to go. We're going to go to 5 Iron for some golf. Just hit a ball around and have some drinks and hang out and chill. And then Monday, I will be back on this stream. So yeah, who do we go raid? No, separate channel. Sorry. So gaming stream is over on that channel. Yeah, no worries. Y'all be over there like real quick right after this. Oh, shit. Oh, we haven't seen this person streaming in ages, and I've actually been meaning to reach out to them if they want to be a guest on my Get Crackin' podcast thing. So yeah, she's doing some resume review and career help and all that, but I believe she's like a manager in some way. So yeah, it would be like a good stream to just like chat and hang out and, just talk about working on teams for the Get Crackin' podcast. So yeah, we're going to go raid Tiff Bites. I believe it's Tiffany something or other. Jacha or something? I don't know. Their Twitter name says it, right? Yeah, exactly. All right. So we're going to go raid them. Maybe not the longest stream we did today, but I think it was a great stream. We got a bunch of work done. We got, oh man, right? Like our OpenAPI like testing, we've got 4 failing tests and we're trying to solve those 4 failing tests now. which is awesome. Once we get these 4 failing tests done, then we move on to the private API, which is less important, but because we're on this tip anyway, we might as well make it happen. Yeah, we might as well. So, people on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate y'all being over there. We had a good stream today. Yeah, good old time. We got some stuff done. I love it. I will be back on coding and on YouTube on Monday. Sundays are my typical day off. So later, YouTube.